Yo. Good morning, good morning. Seven stream watch streak, huh? Super fan. Hey, good morning. How's everybody? Hello Twitch and hello YouTube. I got both chats open, so join on either one. It don't matter. It don't matter. But yeah, I hope everyone's doing well. I'm doing well. And yeah, looking forward to today's stream. We're gonna finish up pretty quickly the current one. Fan number one and always first. Yeah, sure. Yeah, we're gonna finish up the portrait today. It's really almost there, to be honest. There's a few little things I want to try out, maybe noodle on it for a little bit, but yeah, it's about as far as I'll take it. But then I thought we could go on to something else, and finish the snake one. But seeing as we're in portrait mode, I thought we'd start another one. And so I've sort of roughly sketched out something, but I'll continue to work on that afterwards. So I'll noodle on the first one for a little bit. There's a few things I want to sort of try out on it and finish up, but yeah, otherwise it's pretty much there. So we'll get on to it. Let's go over to Photoshop. So the new segment at the start of the stream, old paintings that slap. So I want to show you today. This is a painting by Isaac Levitan, and it is called Birch Grove. Amazing landscape painter. And this painting is, it's absolutely gorgeous to start, but it is just full of really nice, thick impasto brush strokes. You can see a lot of really gorgeous brush strokes and sort of mixing on the brush and mixing on the canvas. Big, thick, wet strokes into big, thick, wet strokes. So these lovely areas where all the brush strokes mix together to form the color on the canvas. And it just captures this quality of, the dappled lighting on the floor, but also the light hitting, all these little leaves. He just captures it so well in oil paint. Like if your eyes are slightly out of focus, it really does look very realistic. But as you can see, the whole thing is really quite abstract. When you look at it up close, there's just lots of masterful texture work and amazing brush strokes in here. I'd love to see it in person. I've never seen this one in person. He's a Russian landscape painter. Potentially, this painting is in a Russian art museum somewhere. I'd have to look up where it is, but yeah, I'd really love to see it. Yeah, it's really nice. And Isaac Levitan, amazing painter. I have a book of his, a collection, a book that collects together a lot of his paintings, and it's an amazing book. Really, really beautiful. Yeah, amazing painter. So that today concludes the paintings that slap segment. Yeah, I just thought, I have a ton of art books and old oil paintings, and you don't really hear much about them nowadays. And I think a lot of newer painters who are just digital, they don't really know a lot of the old oil paintings. So I thought I'd do this at the beginning of each stream from now on. In the segment called "Old Paintings That Slap," I need like a little title screen that comes up, a little video title. So I'll get making it. I'll film something, a little jingle for it. So yeah, there you go. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So obviously we're gonna finish up this today. I'll talk about that in a second. And yeah, I started this sketch just warming up this morning, and so I'm going to do like basically another portrait like this, but for this, and we can talk more about the kind of idea that I have for this one, and we can basically design it. You can watch me sort of design the composition, and I will paint the flats, and then yeah, we'll probably get some way into the color on this one. I'll be using the exact same process that I use for this, but on this instead. So we'll jump onto this in, I don't know, at the top of the hour maybe. So yeah, good fun, lots of stuff to do. So yeah, looking at this one, really happy with where we got to on it yesterday. I feel like it's coming together quite nicely. Have the grading that we did yesterday that really kind of pulled it all together. So what I'm looking at doing today is I want to add the sort of reflection into the wetness of the eye, because at the moment it's just a flat black shape, and this would actually, because the eyes are wet, there'd be a little bit of a reflection in here, which would just help it look a little less flat. I also want to go around and add a little bit more, this kind of thing into the painting, really sort of paint out some of the edges and just give it a bit more visual interest overall. There's a little bit of that kind of stuff that I want to do on the daggers as well. Maybe just like slightly sharpen some of the edges up, but also introduce a few extra colors. There's just little things like that. And then also in the background, I maybe want to try a little bit more with the sort of mist. I sort of imagine there's sort of like a bank of mist, right? And she's coming out of it. She came out of it and gives you that like side look as the daggers are like rushing past her. Very, very anime. So yeah, I would like to maybe see if we can get a little bit more detail in that mist behind, but yeah, and a few other bits. But yeah, it shouldn't be too long working on this one. We made great progress on it. So also, yo Kuyo, hello, and Castonia, what's up? How are you? This is looking pretty. Thank you. Yeah, we're almost done on this one. We're gonna start on this afterwards. So stick around. Hey Zero, what's up? Good morning. And yeah, if anyone's got any questions about what we did to get on this one, or like if you've tried any parts of the process and you're a bit like, what am I doing? Or what's going wrong? Just shout out. You're fine, work. Yeah, fair enough. I go back to work the week after next, which should be nice, but also I will miss streaming at this regular time. So from March onwards, I won't be streaming in this regular spot. It will probably be like an evening spot, maybe twice a week. And then sometimes on the weekend I might do like an extra long stream on like one of the days, and try and keep the stream going while I'm working, because it's honestly been really great. It's kind of reinvigorated my sort of digital painting passion, if you like, and I would like to keep it going. So I will try and fit it in. Don't burn out. Yeah, yeah. That's a tough one for me. I'm not very good at slowing down. Not very good at it. Yeah, I was feeling particularly burnt out by the end of last year, and I was just going to take a break, like completely from painting and everything altogether, but I decided, like, yo, I do really want to stream. I loved streaming, and I'm glad I sort of came back and started streaming again. And like I said, we've got loads done. Got loads done in the time that I've been back on the stream. I'm going to put together like basically a big post of all of my stuff that I've done on stream, all the warm-ups, all the environments, and also a lot of sketches and stuff that I have just on my computer in my sort of backlog that hey, thanks for the follow. For some reason I can't see the name. It just came up with, oh, there we go. Gifting a tier 1 sub. Well, thank you very much. Sorry, I didn't recognize the present thing. That's very kind of you, Sarah. You don't have to do that. But much appreciated. So yeah, sorry, I was going to put together like a post of all of the stuff I've done on stream, but also lots of old sketches that I have on my computer that I don't think I'll revisit, so I may as well kind of post them, and then I'll sort of drip them out on Instagram as well, because I honestly have a ton of stuff. Are you gonna put all the things, or just hold them? Okay, yeah, sorry, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to get them all out there. It's going to be good motivation for me to continue. And you know, I think doing the portraits like this is a really fun exercise as well for me. It just gives a lot of it's get results quite quickly, and therefore I think I'll probably do like more of these as well, just in my free time. It'd be cool to have like a whole series, like I was saying, of these that's just like portraits of different characters with cool magic going on, maybe some cool rendering, stuff like that. No real narrative or context to them. It's just like some cool shit that I want to get down. Sarah, these streams have been so awesome. Going to be cool to look at all the art together. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean, this is episode 23. There's quite a ton of stuff. I also have like a ton of stuff that you guys haven't seen as well in my personal work folder. So yeah, it should be nice. Be nice to just get them all out. Get them all out there. Out of sight, out of mind kind of thing, you know. But yeah, glad you're enjoying the streams. Like I said, it's been great. It's been great for me. doing all of this, and I do really enjoy teaching and sharing all the things I've learnt. Yeah, I'll show him, Castonia. I'll show him. But yeah, I do love teaching, and sharing stuff, as I said, and yeah, I'd like to be able to continue doing it. Honestly, I would love to be able to stream full time, and make some educational content, and stuff like that. But it's something that would take a while to get off the ground, and like I need to work in the meantime, basically. But it's something I'm seriously considering, setting up some kind of platform where I can make some like educational content and continue with the streams, and maybe even run some sort of classes or something like that. So plans to be made, Do you know what your next project will be at work? Are you hyped? Yeah, I know what I'll be working on. Yep. I do. Yeah, just be good. I've missed my team, and the people that I was working with. I still talk to them, obviously, but yeah, I do miss. We had a good gang, Yeah, I think we all got on very well, and yeah, they're amazingly talented team of artists that I was working with. Yeah, they don't need my direction. They know what they're doing. But yeah, no, really cool bunch. Super talented. So I'm looking forward to, getting back in the hot seat and working with them again. But yeah, some of them have tuned into here every now and again. Little cameo appearances. So I'm just softening out some edges here. It's something I like to do at the end, and it's quite meditative in a way. Just go and really sort of beautify certain aspects, and I do like to finish things off with some more visible brush strokes and just sort of this kind of a thing. It's just quite interesting, I think, to look at. One of my favorite bits, Apart from drawing and video games, is there anything else you enjoy doing when you have free time? Like I enjoy. I like road cycling. So go on long road cycles. Get some music on. It's pretty nice. Yeah, I enjoy hanging out with my wife. Yeah, Daisy and I have a lot of fun, and yeah, we do everything together. So it's nice. We hang out a lot. We like cooking together, watching movies. I also, I really am into competitive paintball. So I play for a team here in London, and we do tournaments together, and that's really cool. And I've just moved into like a higher division, so we're in like a higher league, which is cool. So it's going to be very, very competitive this year. So I enjoy that. What else? Wholesome, yeah. We're pretty wholesome, I guess. Yeah, all sorts of things, really. Like, we didn't manage to go last year because we had a lot on, but do really enjoy going camping. That's a lot of fun. And we also live near the forest here. Epping Forest is not too far, so we always go big walks in the forest. Elfie Chan, thanks for the follow, which is great. Good fun. Sorry, I'm just letting the YouTube people know that we see. Yeah, don't know. What else? Go and visit my grandma. She just turned 88, so, and she doesn't live too far. Like it's maybe half an hour cycle. So yeah, go and see my grandma. Hang out with her. And my parents are really close as well, so we get to see them often. I used to fence quite a bit, but because I've been really into the paintball, I haven't been fencing so much recently. But yeah, I was really into fencing, and still am. Like it's really great. I just haven't been for a little while, but I will be going back. Road cycling. Yeah, exactly, mate. Road cycling. Road cycling's good. I went to Mallorca last year. My brother was training for a big cycle. He was cycling from Milan to Rome, um, over the course of like 3 or 4 days. So he was doing like almost 200 kilometers a day on the bike. Uh, so before he went to do that trip, he had to do a lot of training. So me and him, we did a lot of cycling around Essex, but then he wanted to like train basically in the heat, and also somewhere where there's like actual mountains. You don't really have any mountains in Essex. So we went to Mallorca, and we did over 300 kilometers in 3 days. So just over 100 kilometers a day. And yeah, one day we climbed like 3 mountains in that 100-kilometer stretch, which was insane. Like one of the mountain trails was roads was like 15 kilometers of like pure uphill in 30-degree heat. It was insane. But really good. It was like it was the hardest like physical exertion I've ever put myself through. And yeah, it was really, really tough, honestly, but super rewarding. And yeah, like you just don't think you can do it, right? You do 100 kilometers in one day, and you get home that evening, and you're aching, you can't wait to just get off the bike, etc. And then you chill out for the evening, stretch. We had a few beers or whatever, cooked a barbecue, and then wake up at 6 the next morning and go out to do it again. And you're just like, how am I doing this? Like, I can't do it. But you get into it. And we did the first mountain of the day before like 8 a.m. and we were like, okay, feeling good, got 2 more to go. And yeah, you just do it. Like, your body's incredible. It's such a mental game as well. Like, you're exhausted as just a given, right? But yeah, it's a real mental game, road cycling. You gotta really kind of disassociate in a way. It's quite meditative. You gotta really sort of think through the pain and the exhaustion, because it's present from the beginning. But yeah, really, really amazing achievement. Like, I was super happy we did it. And like, he'd been training on the lead up to that. I had done a few rides with him in Essex, but he'd done a lot more. And yeah, it was exhausting. It was really tough. But it was great. Like, that's it's good quality time to spend with my bro. And we got each other through it, both having points during the day where we're just like, oh, bro. And you're like, don't worry, just stick at it, bro. Got you, fam. And yeah, it was good. So we're going to do it this year, rather, hopefully. Going to go back again, conquer some different mountains, because he's doing the next leg of the charity ride that he was training for the previous year, which is cool. There is the runner's high. Yeah, exactly. Something similar for cycling, for sure. A little late today, but I'm here to watch. Nice one, Izzy. Welcome. Yeah, it's incredible. It's incredible. Have an insane appreciation for how much physical exertion the guys in the Tour de France put themselves through is insane. So yeah, the my brother, there is a sort of a charity ride that goes that cycles around the world, and it's split up into 25 legs. So basically every year you go back and you do another like 5-day leg, and you pick up from the where you left off last time. So I think the first like round the world completed a few years ago, and they're currently on the second version of that. And so he started at leg, I don't know, I want to say it's like leg 12 or something. So he did leg 12, and next year he's going back to do leg 13. And basically he will get all the way back round to leg 13 again if he continues to do it over the next like 20 years or something. So that's kind of cool. Like, you know, a long-term sort of thing. Like every year you're going to go do this for 4 or 5 days, and eventually you'll have cycled around the world and raised lots of money for charity as well. So yeah, it's kind of cool. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. But yeah, when we were in Mallorca, it was like 30 degrees every day, which I'm not that good in hot weather. Like I just melt. So it was 30 degrees, which is like, that's hot enough for me to be sat in the shade. But we were cycling out in it every day, and oh my god, I was soaking wet from basically the minute we went outside at 6 a.m. until we get back at like mid-afternoon. It's so intense. But yeah, you just don't think you can do it, like. But then you do. You just do it. That's my heaven, 30 degrees. Yeah, I think like mid-20s is about where it's warm enough that I'm comfortable, but I'm not like too hot. But I just run kind of warm, so it really gets me. At least when you're cycling, you've got like air moving past you, so that does kind of keep you cool a bit. But as soon as you stop, you're like, holy shit. Is this a motivational speech to let me register for our local marathon? Do it. Do it. I don't know. Like, I'm someone that finds it very difficult to sort of exercise for exercise's sake. You know, I find it very difficult to like just go for a run or like just go to the gym, for example. But if there's a point to it, like training for something, or it's actual sport, you know, that is much more something that I can motivate my mind to do. So I think it's good for me to have that kind of goal and motivation in mind. So if you're like that too, then you know, signing up for your marathon at least gives you something that's you got to do. I literally just remembered I own a bike. I should use it. If it's to study the blade. You can study the blade while you're exercising, you know. Lots of it's a good time. You learn just as much like studying as you do being away from it directly. You know, your mind needs a little bit of time to sort of process and like file away new information that you learn. If you just grind every single day with no break, you'll actually reach a point where you sort of your mind is saturated and you can't seem to take any more information in and make progress again. You need time away from it. My brother is learning. Well, he's playing paddle quite a lot right now, and like he's playing like every day a lot of the time. And he was having sort of slumps where he was like, "Oh man, I'm playing every day, but I'm just not getting better. I'm actually like getting worse. I'm just like, you know, that's X, Y, Z." And I was telling him like, "Bro, like, it's the same when I was really learning to paint and stuff. I was doing it every day, being like, I gotta do it. I gotta do, you know, hours and hours every day. I really gotta grind this out." And yeah, you get to a point your mind is actually saturated and you can't take in and progress anymore. But you take a few days off, your mind just like files all that stuff away, has a bit of a refresh, and you come back and that next painting that you do is like all of that stuff that you've been learning has had time to bake and settle in, and you do like the best painting that you've done up until that point, because you had a little break. So you gotta make time to do something else and like refresh the brain, because constantly grinding on it, you're gonna actually slow yourself down in the end. You gotta give yourself and your brain time to work it out, file it away. Sport for me is literally for health reasons, and I have a stable mental health too in these times. Yeah, exactly. Something funny about being an artist all week and then injuring people with paint in your free time. Yeah. Yeah. I should call my paintball marker my brush and be like, yeah, I'm just painting people, yeah. True, I made the most progress in my art while taking breaks. Yeah, trust, like it really is necessary to do. It's not something that you can just keep grinding at indefinitely without consequence. It's important to take the breaks. Like I said, I mostly, when I have an issue in a painting that I have, I almost never figure that out sat in front of the painting. it's always figured out when I have a break. You know, just if I can't figure something out in a painting at work, like I will just switch off and do another painting of mine, do some sketching, like watch a video, listen to some music, you know, go and have lunch, something like that. And I usually will solve the problem while I'm away from my computer. Dude, I had that with art now for a while, got forced to stop it for like 2 weeks kind of, now getting back into it, and I feel like I can actually draw better now than before. Yeah, for sure. Good afternoon, got artist, how are you? Get my best ideas while cooking, to be honest. Yeah, that's true. Like, I'll sometimes be cooking with Daisy, and I'll be like, oh, you know what I'm going to do tomorrow? Like, I'm going to do this, like mage, right? And she's like, and okay. It's kind of smoky shapes in the background, giving it a bit more depth, kind of like it. Doing good. Working. What about you? How's the painting going? Love the contrasts already. Thank you. Yeah, we're almost done with this one. I got just doing some like final noodly bits, and then we're gonna jump into a new one. So if anyone wasn't here at the beginning, I started sketching this just before stream, and so yeah, I'm gonna design like a new portrait. We'll be using the same process for this, but except I'm starting from a little bit earlier before the flats are made. So we'll make the flats and then we'll follow the same process and do something cool. I've got a cool idea for this, but we'll get onto it soon. Can I may ask, what do you think about the Feng Zhu mindset? I'd call in his videos, these are pretty old to be fair nowadays, he pretty much kept saying keep up the grind. If you don't do it, someone else is putting in these hours and becomes better and gets those cool jobs. Was in my head for a while since he was one of the GOATs. Yeah, I mean, listen, you can grind in an unhealthy way, right? You can grind in an unhealthy way, and you can grind in a healthy way. I think what I think is important is consistency. If you can only spare half an hour a day to do something creative that is furthering your goals to become an illustrator or whatever it is you want to do, that consistency is going to go a lot further than you grinding your face against it for hours and hours and hours a day. Now, obviously, hours that you can put into it are going to pay off, but hours at the detriment of everything else in your life, for the sake of, getting there quicker, I don't actually think is going to really help you in the long run, right? You have to have a balance. You could grind so much on your art that, okay, you've got really good in a shorter amount of time compared to whatever, someone else. It doesn't matter. Not your life, is it? But then you have nothing else, right? You don't have any friends. You don't have any social skills. You don't have any money to live because you've just been grinding on your art and you haven't been able to like go out and even get like a part-time job or anything like that. And you've developed this kind of mindset where it's like, I work hard, I'm better than other people, blah blah blah, all of this. So in a way, yes, you can get the art skills quicker by grinding on it every day, right? But you're going to lack so many other things in your life. Whatever time you put into art is time you're not putting into something else, right? And therefore, I think that consistency over time without neglecting other things in your life is going to help you much more in the long run. It might take you longer to get to a certain point artistically, potentially, maybe not, right? But you're not going to be there at the detriment of everything else. And, for someone that has been doing this for over a decade now as a professional, and, probably almost 2 decades as someone that started really paying art serious attention, and having been through that sort of mindset in the beginning where I was like, I really need to, grind it out, this kind of insane work ethic kind of thing. I really burnt myself out at a certain point and really had nothing to show for it because my skills still weren't where they needed to be. And also I had, neglected everything else that is important in your life, family, friends, health, all of that kind of stuff. And so, yeah, in the end, I don't think I'd be anywhere any quicker because I had to unfuck my life from putting all my attention into just artwork and then trying to find a balance with it, So I think consistency, if you can only spare half an hour, then put half an hour into your sketchbook, draw on the train, something like that. And if you've got a few more hours one day, then cool, yeah, you get into some studies, follow a process, get into some personal work, whatever it is, but I don't think that sort of grind set mindset is overall going to be a healthy way to do it. Having been there myself. Also, it is going to take you how long it's going to take you. It's weird to think about it in terms of if you don't do it, someone else is doing it and they're going to get that job that you want. But it's that is a situation that doesn't exist because you're not actually in competition with other people to get to to get to the finish line. You will get there when you get there, and the opportunities that are available, are things that you can sort out and find. There isn't a finish line that everyone is at and they're trying to get to. Your race started at a different time to someone else's race, and your finish line is somewhere else from theirs. That job, that amorphous job that is just out there, isn't the same for everyone. That journey is your own, and that end goal, that end line is your own, just as the same as the start point is your own. There isn't this comparison to be made of that person is going to get there quicker and get my job. It wasn't your job. It wasn't. Your journey is your own journey. It has nothing to do with anyone else's journey. The way it happens for you is going to be different than the way it happens for someone else. Just like the way it happened for me is going to be different for someone else as well. My finish line is not your finish line. The time that I'm able to put into it, is my own journey, and you'll be on your own journey too. Okay, sorry, let me catch up with the chat. he did quite damages with these sentences back in the day. It's not healthy for sure. Yeah, people with such aura say this kind of stuff to people starting in the industry is quite dangerous. Sadly, I think since then he changed his mind a little bit, but still, his videos are still out there, and because of how popular he is, so many people are falling into this or just not motivated after this. Yeah, it is like very much of a time as well. It's very sort of indicative of the time that he was saying those things, was like very much the sort of consensus overall. But yeah, things have changed quite a bit now. I think there's a lot of advice given out that's intended for people who aren't already that way inclined. Someone who studies consistently already doesn't need the grind advice. Yeah, that's true. Someone who says they will study but doesn't, they are who the advice is intended for. I didn't understand that until a lecturer saw me burning out and explained it. Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, only certain people are kind of need to hear it, and it's going to work for them. It's not advices for everyone, for sure. Thanks for sharing. Sounds familiar to what I tried to pull off before realizing it isn't good. Yeah, that's the thing. When you're thinking, if you succeed this way, then it's the only way to do it. Yeah, what was I going to say? It is a marathon, okay? Not a sprint. And there are so many factors that need to be in place for you to get to the end of the race, right? You could sprint the marathon, right? And get to the end, but you're going to be completely fucked when you get there, right? Because yeah, you sprinted to the end, you got your skills to a point that you were very happy with, but nothing else in your life is going to be sorted out at that point, because there's so many things that you have to neglect, right? Let's say you've got half of the day awake and half of the day asleep, right? Or just you've got 12 hours in a day every day. Okay, that's all you've got, right? And if you're giving most of those 12 hours every day just to training art, think of all the other things that you are not doing properly, or like not putting time into, which are needed, to live a sort of a more healthy and balanced life and work style, lifestyle. I think if you look at it like that, there is a cost for everything. There's one way to do per person almost. Yeah. Ayani. Hi Alex, good morning. Hello, how are you? Welcome back. Yeah, no, it's a great question, and yeah, you got to look at these things in context as well. Like those videos, I used to watch those videos from Feng Zhu. They're really good videos, right? But you got to look at it in context, as with everything. All of this stuff is like, you got to look at when it was said, all that stuff was said years ago. And you've got to always look at stuff with the context of your own life, and and just be sort of critical about thinking about it. Be like, listen, I don't think this stuff's going to work for me. Like, yeah. I think as well, it's kind of like a thing where some people who are very experienced, like Feng Zhu, right, are really amazing at what they do. They can be really great teachers of their skills, right, of the literal skills needed to work, but they completely underestimate what it takes for them to have got to that position. It's almost like they forget um, the path that they took, or they like find it hard to relate to beginners in a way, or people that are learning. They've almost forgotten the beginning of the trail, and so for them it seems like it is more just about a mindset of like, well, you just do it, right? You just do it, you just practice and you get good. And they sort of forget that there is like a struggle and something that each individual has to overcome to be able to understand and learn and make sense of the information they're being given. And everyone's coming at that from a different point. I think some people forget what the beginning is like. And so therefore the advice becomes very like flippant in a way. And difficult, I guess, to convey. Oh yeah, a lot of my regrets looking back are from me saying, sorry, I can't, I need to study. Hard to break out of that mindset, but so worth it. It's great to hear so much healthy advice being shared. Yeah, exactly. That I think it's sort of like it's hard to put into words, I guess, but I've come across it a fair amount, especially I sometimes listen to talks, at events and stuff like that. People giving a talk and advice to young artists and stuff. And I'm like, this is terrible advice that is being given out, And I don't think it is intended in any way to be bad advice, but it is coming from someone that has kind of forgotten what it's like in the beginning, and therefore they're starting to make some very big, like, sweeping assumptions and statements, which someone who is learning and looks up to you as a a professional is going to take everything you say verbatim, right? And that is not to say that that they're doing this deliberately, or it's or in a bad way or anything, but it is to say that you have to be very critical about what your information you're taking on, and just think about it kind of a bit more critically. Just because someone said it that you look up to doesn't mean it's necessarily going to work for you or correct, or not a shit take. Is it from WoW or something else? No, we just made it. We made it up. I guess it has its influences in all sorts of stuff, though. I wouldn't say it's like a unique picture in any way, but yeah, we goddamn made it up. Don't actually like this bit. Can you give some examples? Yeah, I can give an example. Give me one sec. What works for you as pro with name and big titles under your belt? The same will definitely not work for someone who's trying to get into the industry. Yeah, for sure. Could be a wallpaper. Yep. Could be. Could. when I put it on ArtStation, you can use it as your wallpaper if you like. Yeah, so I'll give you an example. I'm going to give you this example, but I don't want to name anyone in the example, because it's not about shaming anyone out. And I don't think, obviously, the intention with this advice was to be giving bad advice, but it just so happened that I think it is kind of bad advice to be giving out. So I was at a workshop listening to a panel discussion, and someone asked about a bad situation that people had with a client, which I feel like is can be like a pretty touchy subject, right? Anyway, especially if you're like, anyway. So this person, Caroxia, thanks for the follow. Yeah, this person basically talked about taking on a sort of a work commission, and this commission was to paint X number of paintings in like a very short amount of time. And basically the story went on for them being like that they couldn't get the stuff done in the amount of time, and they ended up having to extend the deadline a few times, and essentially they didn't get paid any more money, and they put this down to like a bad client, and was saying like, hey, this is a client that kind of fucked me over, kind of thing. Now, in reflection, thinking about it, Drea Vico, thank you for the follow. In reflection, thinking about it, what the story was actually about is someone accepting an impossible workload and therefore and not being able to complete it, and then asking for more money to complete a task that they said that they could do in a certain amount of time, not getting that money, and then still having to finish the job. And they were framing it as this client was shit and they fucked me over. And I was just thinking, this is actually a story about you not managing your time properly and overestimating your skills and overestimating your ability to meet a tight deadline and do the things that were asked. But you're telling like beginner artists that there are bad clients out there who will fuck you over, and you need to be careful and not let this happen to you. And there's a lot of people in the audience, and they all seem very like happy with this, and there was a big like round of applause and a clap after it. And I was just in there like, am I going mad? Like, this isn't the client that has caused this problem. This is the person themselves. And I think it's just like, that person is a professional, and they do very good work, right? I'm not knocking the work or anything like that, but they are giving out really bad advice in this particular instance, which a lot of new artists are going to take on board, and they're going to screw themselves over, because they're going to go and they're going to do the exact same thing, and they're going to end up pissing off clients, and they're going to come across as like a really kind of like shitty, moany artist, and they're going to become like untrustworthy, and then they're going to find it hard to get work, and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, to me, that is the kind of thing I'm talking about, where people have sort of forgotten who they're talking to, and that people are just going to listen to what they're saying because of their position, and not really kind of critically think about it, and potentially end up harming their own careers and stuff. Dude, this happens all the time. Yeah, for sure. Chang Wei Pan said that best virtue as an artist is how open for feedback you need to be, and I agree with that 100%. I literally changed the whole illustration just because, hang on, just because of feedback. Doesn't matter to me if it means I'm learning and I get better. Yeah, being able to listen to, synthesize, and respond to feedback well and not take it personally is one of the biggest things that is going to help you in your career. And like, listen, you're not getting paid to a lot of the time. You're not getting paid to just draw things that you want to draw, right? You are someone else's pencil, right? Someone else has got something they need drawing. They hire the illustrator. You're drawing it. It's not yours. So you're going to put your effort and your thoughts and your expertise into it. But at the end of the day, it's the client's work. And if they want something a certain way and you don't agree that it looks the best thing, it isn't yours. So you just got to do it and move on. And just know that, okay, if I was doing this for myself, I would do it in a different way. And sometimes, I've had things where I disagree with what the client says. I obviously do it their way. And then I come around to seeing actually what they were asking for makes perfect sense within the context of, the illustration and its purposes. And I was just going off of my own tastes or thoughts or feelings about it and not really taking into account all of the other things that they take into account about a certain illustration. So, sometimes just actually being open-minded and sort of trying to realize what's happening, and that there are other forces at play, you can actually, you come around to being like, oh, okay, they're actually right there. Sorry, let me catch up on the chat. You guys have got some good stuff going on. Coruxia, it's so silly because all the commissioners I have had were the most wonderful and understanding people ever. Yeah, it can happen that way. Outing myself a bit, but I used to run 2 very big art-related subreddits. Not r/art, don't worry. And this kind of situation would come up a lot. So we started making documentation to share about how you need to protect yourself and the client so that everyone is on the same page from step 1 and know how to actually deal with your mistakes. And so you do better next time. Yeah, that's brilliant. That's great. That's part of the journey, isn't it? Asking for extra money once you've agreed on something is super mind-blowing. This can work both ways then. Since the artist didn't do the work within the time frame, the client should not give them... Since the artist didn't do the work within the time frame, the client should not give them what was promised, no? Yeah, I don't know how they worked out the payments and what was given. In the story, the artist asked for more money because it was going to take more time, and they were refused that more money. Which, yeah, I could see that. Like if I said to you, you come to me and you say, Alex, can you paint this illustration in 3 weeks? And I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, I can do that in 3 weeks, no problem. And then after 3 weeks, you're like, where is my illustration? And I'm like, listen, it's going to take me 2 more weeks. And you're like, right, okay, that's kind of disappointing. You had said it was going to take 3 weeks. And I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry, I couldn't do it in the time. But because it's now going to take 2 more weeks, I'm going to need like 2 more weeks worth of money because it's now taking me longer. And you're like, wait, it's the same job. And you said you could do it and now you couldn't. So I can understand them not paying more for that, honestly. Like, that's not the client's fault. If you agree to something that you said you can do and you can't do it in the time limit, that's not their fault. And I don't think that they should then be out of pocket for it. Taking advice, trying, and then realized it's not working for you, so you find a middle ground. Realizing, God, I just woke up. Okay. That's so for real. The client always picks the sketch or coloring lighting I dislike the most, but whatever, they paid for it. Do you know what? You know what the answer is there, Caruxia? Don't send them anything that you dislike. Never send a thumbnail or a color version that you wouldn't want to do yourself. What I've learned is always to give a longer estimated deadline than you expect. If you do it faster, they'll be happy. Yeah, you know what they say? Under promise and over deliver. Always build in time for other stuff, and always build in downtime as well. You might, let's say you've got an illustration to do, and you're like, yeah, it's going to be 3 weeks, right? But in that 3 weeks, you have to give, say, 4 updates to the client. What often happens is, I spend half a day or a day, I do my thumbnails, I send them over, and then I don't hear from the client for 2 days, right? And then we have a call and they give me some feedback, there's some changes, etc. I do those changes in a day, half a day. I send it back, and then I have to wait another day and a half or whatever until I get some feedback and then speak to them, and so on and so forth. So yeah, it's 3 weeks, right? If I'm just working on it on myself, and that builds in a bit of time for me to like move away from it, maybe start something else, whatever, right? But you've got to account for the fact that you might not be hearing from them in the time frames that you want to be hearing from them, and so on. So you always have to build in a bit of extra. Like I work super fast, right? Just always have, since I started, like been able to work pretty fast due to like my first job being in outsourcing and us having like really, really crazy deadlines. So, and I will usually do, at work, for example, I don't just work on one illustration. I'll be working on like 4 or 5 illustrations at a time. And like when one is waiting for feedback, I'm working on the next one. And like all of those go out at different times, and it's just sort of staggered like that, There's a constant rotation of images that I'm like at different stages. These thumbnails, they get sent off. These color ups, they get sent off. This one, that's been chosen, I'm now rendering. So I render on that for a few days, send that off, and so on. And then the next ones start to come back in, and they're like, okay, we want some changes on these thumbnails, or we were going to choose this one, but we want to move this. Okay, do that half a day, then half a day on the next thing, and so on and so forth. And it just keeps going like that cycle. All right, so a bit of food came out of my mouth. Yeah, I wouldn't have paid more money because they couldn't deliver, not going to lie. Yeah, exactly. What I've learned is to always give longer... Oh, yeah, sorry, I read that. I agree. It's on the artist for estimating wrong. Nah, mate, I lose money because I was rubbish business person. That's my fault. If they change the work to be more, then I'd say I can. Yeah, if you're being asked for more work, and all that, totally get the price increase or asking for more money. But if the goalposts haven't moved, you just didn't do the work in the time frame that you said, that's on you, unfortunately. You got to eat that one. That's something you just learn from, and you're like, well, yeah, I kind of screwed myself on this, and that's my fault, and so I'm going to make an effort to not do that next time. That sounds crazy to me. Who just tries to make one illustration over multiple days. Love the way the painting looks. Thank you. Well, yeah, I mean, it's not something I would do in the beginning, of course, and I didn't do in the beginning. But once I started working, when I was working in outsourcing. Like I'd be working on basically something different, like twice a day. I'd 4 hours in the morning on one thing, 4 hours in the morning on the next thing, and I might not. So let's say 4 hours in the morning is project A, 4 hours in the morning in the afternoon is project B. I might have like project A, B, C, D, and E on the go, and I might not get back to A until, Friday of that week, depending on the feedback. And it just keeps rolling through like that. And yeah, for the most part, I can sort of chunk the work into different sections. Like if I do the thumbnails for something, I can't do anything until the client's looked at those. So that's out. That's gone. That's out the door. Not thinking about that. Then I'm working on the next thing. I've got some thumbnails back from the client. They're happy with one. Okay, I'm going to work it up. I'm going to give them some color examples. Okay. Once I get to that point, I can't do anything. I'm like, okay, let's send that out the door. Then I can go back to something where I'm rendering it, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna spend a day and a half now, and I've not looked at it for a few days. I made myself a list of like, okay, I'm gonna look at the hair, I'm gonna look at the face, I'm gonna look at this, blah blah blah. Go through, do that feedback, get it to a point where I'm like, cool, this addresses the feedback they had, and the stuff I wanted to do. I'm gonna send that off, and then by then those thumbnails might have come back, and they're like, so on and so forth. You know what I mean? Could you give an advice on being fast and quick with your work without hurting your income, since it's daily rate, hourly rate, sometimes fixed project price? Yeah, 1 second. Lemon Cat. I've heard that the first days of a project are the most important to get started working early, building momentum, and relieve the stress that might occur if you keep postponing it till the next day and the next day. If you start early, you are better off already compared to late, stress-wise, and since it's creative business, you want to be in a comfortable mindset to do your work the best you can. Yeah, I mean, I think this also goes some way to alleviate to answering what Patrick says as well. The whole reason that I have a process, this process that I've showed you guys working on this and every stream that I've done, right, is that I can guarantee getting to a certain point in the illustration with a certain quality every time, because I have a process and a way of getting there. So it doesn't matter if it's one character close up like this, a portrait, or if it's a picture that has 4 characters all battling each other. The process is exactly the same. And if I just work through that process, I know that by the time I get to the point where I can just render it, the quality will be there, and I can just relax and really put the time into making it look pretty and doing all of the, all of the stuff that really pushes the quality of the piece overall. And the more that I do this process, the faster and faster and faster I get. Like something like this, if I wouldn't even have got to this quality, several years ago, and I would have spent, 3-4 weeks on it, right? But now something like this, if I wasn't streaming, I could do this in a day. If I wasn't explaining what I was doing, like start to finish, I could do this in probably an 8-hour day. And that just comes from experience, but it also comes from the process, right? It comes from knowing exactly what I'm going to do at each step and splitting the process up. I start with line work, then I do my flats, then I put my layers down, then I do the lighting, I separate all the light sources, I have that checklist in my mind. Then when it gets to that point, it's the fun bit. I'm already there, and I get to spend the most time possible on that fun bit. But I wouldn't worry about being fast. Like I was saying in a few streams ago, when you're good enough, you'll be fast enough, Like when you were good enough that you were getting regular work and you were getting approached for work and all of that, you will already be fast enough just by virtue of the fact that you're experienced enough to be, getting the work that you want and so on and so forth. Like I haven't ever worked with someone that is like a fantastic, artist, but they're too slow. I've never come across that. Usually, by the time a person has got good enough that they are getting hired onto a project that I'm on, they are already fast enough to do the work that they're doing. There isn't this kind of point where they're like, oh, this person's amazing, but they're like 5 times slower than everyone else. Those two things just don't really go together, from what I've experienced. Yeah, listen, Patrick, if you are approaching every single painting, and every time it is kind of like, well, here we go again. What's this gonna bring to the table? And there are kind of hurdles and brand new struggles in that painting every time. Like then, you need to figure out some kind of process and figure out the way you like working and do that. But also B, there are probably some skills that you need to work on that you don't know kind of innately now. When every painting feels like an uphill battle, it's because there are certain fundamental skills that you don't know off by heart that mean that you have to put a lot of mental effort into figuring these things out, and that's what kind of slows things down and also breaks the process apart a little bit, because you're having to account for things that you don't know or struggle with. I have a client related question. Sure, hang on. I have a client-related question that I'm struggling with at the moment and would love your thoughts. Okay. I'm working on a bunch of art for a client, but recently discovered they have some marketing stuff that I think they used AI for. I'm worried if people will accuse me of using AI or it could affect my career. Should I do anything to protect myself? Am I worrying about nothing? Locked into a contract but finishes soon, so it's short term. Listen, if the company using AI in a piece of artwork that you're not involved with, like, shouldn't have anything to do with you or how you're perceived as an artist, right? There might be some people that would. Let's put this in context. Let's say I've worked for I'll make up a client name. I'm working for Cool Guy Studios, right? And I've just finished doing a piece of work for Cool Guy Studios, and I put it on my ArtStation, okay? And then 2 weeks later, Cool Guy Studios drops a new piece of artwork, and it's clear that it's AI's been used, right? It's got 6 fingers or whatever. Now, if you're an idiot, you might come and comment on my ArtStation and be like, fuck you, Alex. You used AI in this picture because Cool Guy Studios uses AI. I know this because I just saw their new marketing art. That person is an idiot, right? They don't know what they're talking about. It's got nothing to do with me. I worked on a different picture that company for that company, not the picture that they've seen or whatever. Now, if somewhere down the line I was going to apply for some work at a different studio, let's say Cool Girl Studios, and they were in an interview like, yeah, we we know that you've worked for Cool Guy Studios before, and they had this picture that was definitely AI. So you you must use AI. Again, they're stupid. That's not what happened. You can explain to them, listen, what that company does is none of my business, right? And if they decided to do that, they decided to do that. That's fine. Like, but I myself didn't. You can see I didn't. And that's really all you need to care about. Like, I don't know what any of the companies that I have done artwork for have done after the fact. You know, those companies could be involved in sexual harassment lawsuits. They could have used AI. They could have done anything else that is like morally egregious in any way. It has nothing to do with me as a person who just drew a picture for them at a certain point in time. And anyone that wants to like conflate those two things together is an idiot, right? And we don't need to we don't need to even pay those people attention. You know, they've got bigger problems in their life, right? If they can't figure that shit out, and if they're worried about, if they're putting all their attention into whether one artist or such who worked for a company did or didn't use AI, I mean, it's just like, it's just stupid. I can't even like begin to figure out how to sort of talk and reason with these people, because it's stupid. It is like just mind-numbingly dumb stuff to bring up. So yeah, I don't know. Does that help? Makes sense. I mean, looking at my current portfolio, I do have a lot of mistakes in there. Good to see them, I guess. Still hard to fix. Since I didn't get a job anymore, I guess I need to step up and get better and then send out more work. Hey, listen, we've all got things that we can improve on. We've all got things we can improve on, you know. And all we're in control of is what we can do. And therefore, if there are struggles and so on, we can just try and improve and get better and improve ourselves in that situation. And, you know, we just got to be honest about it. Like, if every picture is a struggle, it's probably, like I said, because there are fundamental skills that need working on and that are lacking, and that's what's coming into play. And it's hard to have a process when there's always roadblocks and derailments happening, right? I can understand that. Thank you so much. Really reassuring. I've been really stressing about it after seeing one of my artworks changed using what I assume is AI for some animated marketing art. Hey, it happens, you know. I'm pretty sure it's happened to me on a couple of occasions as well. And like I said, I don't worry about it. It's nothing to worry about, I don't think. And let's be fair, like, as far as I'm aware, no one is looking at my work like that and being and being critical about it. I'm a relative nobody when it comes to the hierarchy of, you know, industry artists, the famous industry artist tier list, right? I'm in like E tier, okay? No one's looking at my art and being like, making Reddit threads about whether I've used AI or not. No one knows who I am, right? So, like I said, and even if there was any of that, like, idiots. It's, you know, I know it's not true. I don't give a fuck what some moron on Reddit thinks about it. It makes no difference to my life whatsoever. Like, these people are just, sad witch hunters, right? That just maybe should just be working on their own stuff. You know what I mean? By the way, thanks again. I do appreciate it a lot that you let chat pick your brain for a lot of topics. Hey, I'm here to have conversations with you guys. Like, I enjoy it a lot. It's free therapy for everyone, Aren't you one of the best? Hey, no. I think you could stop like 100 people at a workshop and ask them who I was, and they wouldn't know who I was, and that's fine by me. I'm not trying to be famous in any way, but that if there is this sort of industry artist tier list, like I said, famous AF being S tier, and like relatively unknown nobody, then I'm definitely at the lower end of that spectrum. All right, so this one, I'm pretty much like there with this. You underestimate your power. I don't want to be famous, mate. I'm happy like this. So yeah, pretty much there with this one. As far as I will take it on stream, most likely. If I do anything, it'll be like some minor grading stuff after looking at it again. But like I said, I think it's kind of there. So exciting. We're going to start another one. We're just going to start another one. I'm gatekeeping, Alex. So we're going to start another one. I'm going to flick the kettle on. I'm going to make a quick shitty coffee. Mindfuller, thank you for the follow. Mindfuller, there we go. Thanks for the follow. I'm going to make a very quick coffee, and then we're gonna jump back in, and we're gonna work on a new one. So this is the my warm up before I came on stream, and I'll talk to you about what we're gonna do here. But it's gonna be another one, same process as this, but different thing, and we'll talk about it. I'll do some more drawing on here, and then we will basically start this process again. We'll do it again. All right. So give me a sec. BRB, homies. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. I hate to be that guy, but I'll take the shot for the chat. Do you mind? Have your brushes somewhere in your Discord download. Yeah, I can make a certain selection of them available on Discord. Some of them, I know at least a couple of these brushes are ones that I have made for client use and therefore are not owned by me. So I can't give you those. And also, there is one brush in here that is a brush that I bought, in a pack from another artist. So I can't knowingly distribute someone else's paid brush out. So I can trim a couple of brushes out of this, and then you can have the brushes. Sorry, I lost my pen. I was like, "Oh shit! I've got to cancel the stream. I can't find my pen." Maria Prism, thank you for the follow. All right, homies. So there we go. Daggers, Crow, Witch, Mist Witch. Daggers, Crow, Mist Witch is complete. Okay, she's done for now. She's done. Let's be fair. I'll just put it on ArtStation next week and it's done. So we go again. We start a new one. So with this, I wanted to do one where we see the character more from the front, Profile's fine, but front better, right? But I have an idea for this one. I want her to be kind of like I don't know. The magic here won't be. It's going to be water, basically floating water particles, right? What I want to do is have here. She's going to have some kind of serpentine, kind of magic tattoo on her arm, right? She's looking over her shoulder, like like this, okay. And so she's going to have sort of some serpentine sort of tattoo on her arm that's going to be a bit more of the focus of her. And yeah, I was thinking potentially she has give the impression of kind of wet hair, that would be, sort of stuck over her face a little bit. You know how wet hair goes. And sort of it's going to give us this sort of kind of triangular shape in the composition. Right, so we have the hair going over the eye, something like this maybe. But yeah, it'll be wet hair. So just a different take on it. Interesting material, right? So heavy hair. Something like this. Maybe we have the ear sticking out, etc. Right? Something like this could be nice. Okay. One thing, but what I also wanted to do was imagine she's got a big, I'll just roughly draw it in here. So she's going to have water particles, droplets and such, floating around her, and then these ones that are much closer to us are going to be in front of her, right? So it's going to be big water going past. So we'll have some of these really a lot closer to the camera, floating past like this. And so it's she's surrounded. These would be much smaller actually. It's she's surrounded by a ring of fore, mid, background. Exactly, mate. Basically like we had in this one, foreground, middle ground, background. It's got nice depth for something that is actually just a profile shot, This would be the same. So you have that kind of water droplets and stuff circling around here, and at the front here they'd be really, really big, and they're sort of orbiting around. So that's kind of the idea with this one, I think. Something like that. And the tattoo will probably have some amount of like magicness to it. You know what I'm thinking? You know what I'm thinking? That was a big it sounded kind of sorry everybody. Yeah, this is what I'm thinking. Read the tattoo is like, you see how this is fucking website is so stupid. Like this. I was trying to zoom in, but it doesn't like Control Plus for some reason. But will she have glowing eyes? Yes, of course she will. She will. She'll have glowing eyes. Yeah, and just a really, really nice, like glowy, kind of slightly magic tattoo. You know, imagine she's kind of like a siren, kind of like water mage, water witch kind of thing. And yeah, she'd probably have glowing eyes. Let's be fair. Yeah, something more like this. The Akali artwork is so good. The Akali artwork is chef's kiss, mate. Yeah, always glowing eyes. Always. Okay. So, let's think about it. Flats. Turn the water off. Turn the hair off for now. Turn the under sketch off. Okay, let's build up some flats for this. I love the pen tool for this kind of thing. It's like the pen tool allows basically for my drawings to be kind of rough, and I basically use the pen tool as if I'm doing like very clean line work, right? The pen tool is my like, I'm drawing but it's clean kind of pass. So instead of having to go in here and like do a really clean line work, I just choose, you know, the line that I'm going to be making with the pen tool. You know, I choose that, the cleanliness of that in here. So this enables me to work with like looser line work, which makes up for the fact that I'm not a very like clean draftsman. Like the way that I draw things is kind of quite loose and quite scribbly, right? Like this. I'm not someone that is very good at like clean line work. So this makes up for that fact. If I have to work with my own line work, which obviously in personal work I do, most of the time in professional work nowadays, it's not my line work. It's a line artist's line work. Um, so I'm always working with, you know, really sick line work. But when I have to do my own stuff, I'm like, oh shit, here we go. um, so this is enables me to be sort of make up for a shortcoming that I have, which is just not being deftly accurate and such with my own lines. I'm keeping these flats on separate layers here, so let's just make these different colors for now. Gray, violet, and so on. This way, each of the flats is on a separate layer to begin with. If we need the sort of back of the neck, go something like this. And then I'm just filling these with flat color for now. Quote from Lord of the Rings, Two Towers, Theoden famously uttering, "So it begins." Exactly. So yeah, if you're like me, if you are a subscriber to scribbling, if you're a scribbler, you might find the pen tool is your best friend. Whoa. Yeah, you might find that it can make up for something that you otherwise are incapable of doing. But sorry. I'm more a painterly artist, usually follow a Chinese artist process, but I don't understand it 100%. That just put random colors on the canvas and it ends up looking amazing. Oh, yeah, okay. Like, I can do stuff a bit more loose, you know, and it's quite fun and nice to do. It ends up with a certain aesthetic, but at a certain point, it still needs like cleaning up quite a bit. Like this one, I'll show you. This one, I used the same process, but instead of like pen tooling the flats, they were all painted. So this is kind of the sketch, right? And then this is, instead of me pen tooling the flats, I just like painted them in. So this is all on separate layers, right? But there's just much more like painted and softer and expressive, right? And this is the same just with the background, and it's got the multiply layer on it now as well. Okay, so painted background, multiply layer. Then starting to add, you know, the light sources, and then the main light source that goes over it with the sort of reflection edge on the water and the hair and all that kind of stuff. That's where it really started to like kind of come together. And this is all still that rough underpainting. And then here is starting to sort of, put the shadows into the water and the painting on top of it. And yeah, this was, I don't know, maybe an hour and a half. And just trying to do the process, but like being very rough about it. And it has a certain aesthetic, right? This comes across like a lot more like painterly and, loose and so on. And this is why I only really ever got to this point. So yeah, but something like this, where I go a bit more cleaner with the process, I can sort of push it to a little bit more like finished quality, let's say. So yeah. But I will do some like looser painting in this. Once I've got these main shapes down, like the hair shape, for example, I will paint. And I actually only really need the eyes here just to make sure that they don't go awry. Eyes are one of those things that can get a bit out of control. Yeah, what color eyes are you gonna have? Hey, what color's everyone's eyes? I'm green eyes. I'm green eye gang. Have I got any green eye gang members out there? I'm green too. Goated eye color. Goated eye color. Default brown. My mother's got brown eyes. I think brown eyes are very, very beautiful. Damn, we're all green and brown here. Nice. Mine are hazel. Very nice. May I know what drawing tablet you are using? Yes, I am using a Huion. I'm putting it in the chat for you. Is that how you spell Huion? Yep. Huion Canvas Pro 3rd Gen. Is it 16-inch? There you go. I put it in the chat for you. Bit of brown, bit of green. Goated. That's goated eye color. Pale green with an amber central heterochromia. Oh, is that where you have one eye a different color than the other one? I had a friend who's got that, and he's got a wonderful stare. Thank you, sir. No problem, Food Odd. Alrighty. Where are we at? Shoulder, eyes, head, neck. All right. So, new layer. It's hair time. We can change the hair color afterwards. I think maybe she might have like white hair, you know. Where's my line work for the hair? I want it to have that kind of sort of little wiggly, weird fold, you know, that wet hair gets when it sticks onto a surface. Central heterochromia is where you have a ring around the pupil of a different color than the rest of the iris that appears nowhere else. Oh wow, that sounds beautiful. um, I've never seen that, I don't think. And we can use the flats for the face to sort of cut this back right now. So don't worry about us going over the face and giving her giving her insane hairy face or anything. That's gonna be no problem. If you really like the result of an artist painting, how would you go about and figure out the process that leads to some similar result? If you really like the result of an artist painting, how would you go about? Yeah, it depends, right? If that person is still around, as in like it's not an old master or something, it's like a contemporary digital artist, and you can't really figure out like the process from looking at the painting so much. I mean, there's nothing wrong with trying to get in contact with that artist and just being like, hey, could you explain to me a bit of your process? I'm trying to understand a certain thing about it, and so on. They might reply to you. If they don't, they don't. But they might be able to be like, oh yeah, certainly. Like, I do this, or here's a video of what it is, XYZ. They might be able to help you out in that way. But yeah, otherwise, I think I would get together all examples of their work that you can find that you think have been done in a similar way, and you'll have to do a bit of detective work, and sort of really look at it, just try and reverse engineer what it is you're seeing. It's not always easy to do so, but yeah, I don't really know what else to suggest there. Like most of the time, I've just straight up just asked the person themselves. Just be like, hey, in this particular circumstance, like in this painting here, how did you achieve this effect? Or like, what process did you use to get to this point? And so on. Sorry, that was probably loud. Sorry. God damn. Okay, let's be real with the eyes here. They have a Bilibili Bilibili channel, so I can literally see their process. But it seems like you need mastery and all skill sets to pull it off, if that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, drop a link to it in the Discord. I'll have a look, and see if I can if I can figure it out. Give you a better answer. It's uncommon, but not as okay. The more you know. There we go. Where should I put it? Which channel? There is a channel called Links Vids Memes. Just stick a link in there and I'll check it out after stream. Didn't know you had a Discord too? Yeah, on the Twitch page somewhere, there should be a link to Discord. The Heath's House Discord. Maybe go for some like white hair on this lady. Kind of like that idea. Kind of like it. Just joined too. What's up with the fridge? Back in the day. Let me see. Back in the day when I used to stream. This isn't the first incarnation of this stream. I used to stream from my kitchen, and there was always my fridge behind me. And so when I made the Discord, the Heath's House Discord, yeah, it had the fridge. Had the fridge there. So and these are offline now, so but basically when I was doing the Riot splash art competition, I was streaming making a splash art for Jin, right? And I was live from my kitchen. I'll show you. And the fridge is behind me. So there we go. The fridge. And this is what? 2017? So that's why there's the fridge. So there you go. Some lore for you. Face cam inception. Oh, I'm on top of it. Whoops. Fuck. Hang on. I didn't have the chat open. I was like, what are you talking about? Do I need to get it back? God damn it. Let me move myself. Hang on. There we go. There's the fridge. There. So, does that help? Ah, yes. Okay, perfect. All right, cool. We're back. I see the fridge in the corner. Cool. Brilliant. There we go. Thanks, everyone. GG. Well played. Posted. Thanks a lot for the offer to help. No, it's cool. I'm interested to see what you've been looking at, honestly. It's me being nosy more than anything. Okay, one sec. All right, let's get into this. Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay, I just copied the line work and stuck it down here. This is just going to be helpful because it will just guide where certain things are right now. I might change the hair color like once we put some lights down, but we'll see. Oh, yeah, cool. Yeah, I'll take a look at everyone's work in progresses near the end, shall we? Shall we? Shall we? Okay. All right. Just laying down some crazies in the background. Whatever. Whatever. We'll come back. Let's try. Okay. So we'll turn some line work on here just for a sec. Just mask out all that. I just wanted the mask there for the arm so I can see the forms of it. Let's think about how I maybe want to light this, and maybe think about what I'm going to do with the color of the hair. She looks cutely evil, smiles at you, those dead black eyes are killing you at the same time. Yeah, exactly. She's got to have that kind of siren kind of look, you know? Looks so cute. Holy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, pulled in that parachute, and he's gone. Okay, so we set this up exactly the same way as the other folders set up. I think this is maybe a little too warm, a bit too strong. Something more like this. I'm just trying out the lighting quickly, and then I'll actually go into like doing some surface painting on the face and stuff like that. But I just wanted to try out the idea that I was thinking of with the lighting. Get a sense of like whether it's the direction I want to go. Sort of imagining, you know, I like it when the light source is like cut off like this, okay? Like where it's like the light is coming from, you know, imagine like a torch light or a lamp light. So we're sort of illuminating her face a little bit. And it's coming from a sort of an off angle. Did prefer it a little more from the top. Kind of the top and one side. And I want her shoulder to be like somewhat in the light and somewhat in the shadow, because in the light we'll be able to see like the tattoo design, right? But then in the shadow it's going to have like a slight glow to it. So we get a sort of an opposite thing going on. Sounds nice. When you're doing a more complicated piece like the gin one you showed us, do you use the same process? What changes? Yeah, so nothing really changes. It's just the picture is like a lot more complicated. Now, at the time I did that gin picture, I didn't really have so much of a robust process. But if I was doing it now, yeah, I would like draw it out, make flats for everything. There would just be more flats, and it'd be just a bit more of a complicated process in that way. But yeah, everything gets treated the same. Like I would still light it like this with layers. I would still nothing would change. There'd just be a lot more of it instead of just like 3 flats, 4 flats. There's flats for everything. Um, yeah, I mean, I use flat shapes for, let's say it's just the costume as a whole. But then if there are certain things that are like overlapping that I think are going to need painting around, I might have a separate flat for like, the collar of a shirt or something like that. Um, yeah. Okay. Sorry, I've jumped the gun here and started like messing around with the lights when that's not what I was meant to be doing. And your workflow worked so good for me that I wanted to apply it to something more complicated and see how it goes. Yeah. And yeah, like I said, it isn't any more, it isn't any different. It's just there's a lot more of what's going on. Like, there's just more flats for everything. Um, okay. All right, let's bring up the Drowning Dream picture. Where's my YouTube chat gone? There. Gotcha. I'm going to steal some of the skin coloring from this other picture because why change what isn't broken? So, like we did on the last one, I'm like just painting in different colored areas of the face, essentially. Um, just shifting my selected color with the lab sliders into a slightly different color space. I'm just trying to get, a nice little sort of underpainting going for the face. Oh yeah. And it always looks kind of strange at this point. You got to be like, hold up. But yeah, mostly like coloring in the face and stuff is to do with blood flow. So where the bone is like close to the skin, like the bridge of your nose, it tends to be like a lot less red, and like it can get a little bit kind of yellower in the coloring. Same with the forehead. Like your cheeks are a lot redder, around your eyes are a lot redder, the end of your nose, there's a lot of blood flow. Your lips, for example, a lot of nerve endings, right? A lot of blood flow there. And then, at least on your cheek, as you get sort of further down towards your jaw, that tends to sort of cool off a little bit. You have very fine hairs on your face, or if you're like me, you have hair growing through the skin, and that tends to make the skin look a little bit desaturated. And because it's desaturated and everything around it is kind of red, it starts to look green, even though it's really just desaturated. The phenomenon there being Future Glenn, thanks for the follow, being a simultaneous contrast. And simultaneous contrast is, remember there was that whole thing about, what color's this dress, etc., etc. Well, that is a simultaneous contrast conundrum. You might have seen like the checkerboard illusion. Do you know what the checkerboard illusion is? If not, I can show you. But simultaneous contrast is the reason that you will perceive a certain color, and actually it's to do with what's around it and the lighting conditions that it's under that change the perception of how it appears. And honestly, at a certain point in time, that yellow dress thing, if you were if you were a normie, it was blowing your swede. All right, the normies were having an absolute meltdown about it. Whereas I think most artists were like, yeah, what do you mean? Yeah, it was the big normie meltdown. Bless them. Bless them. Bless their cotton socks, Damn, it's kind of quite nice in the blues, eh? But we'll see. We'll see. do kind of like it with light hair, but I don't know. We'll see. I'll change my mind several times. Okay, lights off again. We'll have a look. We'll think about the color of the hair some more. Okay, makeup. Makeup time. Oh, actually, let's do ambient occlusion. And let's change the music. Okay, we're back. What am I doing? Being mental. Pardon me, sorry. Hey, Kuya, what's up, mate? How you doing? Ew, welcome, welcome. Have you been lurking? We just started this one, but we just finished up this one from the last few days. Um, so yeah, we started this one on what, Tuesday? We finished it this morning, and then yeah, we're starting another one here. So this is, well, we've not been on it that long. Um, we're just going through the process again. I'm revealing all the secrets. Taking a lot of notes. No need, because it's on the YouTube. By all means, take notes. Adapt your processor to my processor. Yep. Yeah, it's the way. It's the way to go. Okay. So let's turn this line work off briefly. Where's the other bit of it? There. And then I'm going to lock this. Go inside of it with a bit of a nice color. So yeah, again, this is just a very rough like AO pass that is just going to help us figure out some volumes a bit later. But it's still very rough at this stage. And then we'll put some makeup on. What self-respecting siren doesn't have a nice glow up, you know? Waterproof makeup is expensive. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Patty's got to work. Have to go have lunch. All right, see you in a bit. Peace. Okay. Makeup. Makeup time. Okay. Where are we up to? Eyeshadow. Where's that gone? Here. Like I said, I think in a different life, I could get into being a makeup artist. I think it's pretty interesting and kind of fun. Honestly, I think it'd be kind of fun. And you get to work on loads of cool stuff, like cool films and like fashion shows, ballets. Just loads of varied and cool projects. I think it'd be quite fun. I'm already making plans for next life. Well, no, making making plans for when AI takes my job. Danny. Danny, what's up? What's up, Danny? Okay. Hair color. Where are we going? Are we staying dark blue? Are we going kind of grey white? Feel like the darker hair gives like a nice contrast and shape, but we could also get that contrast with the background if she had white hair. Do you know what I mean? So color. I'm also thinking maybe the white looks good though. I vote grey white. The white looks good. Okay. Okay. Well, now to see. I'm gonna duplicate this light so we've got this, but I'm going to just try something different on this layer. Yeah, the white would be interesting. The white would be interesting. I'm going to certainly consider it for the moment, and we can get some contrast with it in the background. That's sorry, I'm like zoning out in the getting into the flow, just trying stuff out, and yeah, proper disassociating from being on stream. So apologize for that. Getting locked in, son. I'm trying to figure out kind of a nice way to have this light come in. I want it to have like a kind of interesting shape coming across here, like it's coming through something maybe. But then at a certain point, I don't want to make it too complicated because she's going to have all those water droplets in front of her, which I should maybe sort of block in to some degree, just so that they're in the composition would be smart. Deciding the light is one of the hardest things for me. Yeah, I mean, that's why I do like doing this process, right? Where my lights are kind of separate from the surface of everything. I can just experiment with different lights, you know. And there could be, obviously there can be another light source in here. We might use some kind of rim light to pick a silhouette out. It really depends. Really depends. But yeah, okay, so doing it again. Zoning out again. But yeah, I chose this music because it's kind of like siren-y, you know, siren calling. Yeah, okay. That's probably a reason for me not to make her look like Jinx. TBH. Don't be wrong. Don't dislike Jinx. I just don't want this to be Jinx. Don't let me get into bashing stuff again. Already validly trashed every franchise going. We can't go back, Alex. We can't go back. Mandalorian and Baby Yoda. Don't even get me fucking started on that shit. We can't be. Listen. We can't be friends if you like Baby Yoda, Danny. I'm sorry. It's not going to work. Who's Mando? What's Mando? What about Baby Mando? What the fuck is Baby Mando? Have I got to Google this? The Mandalorian. Right, here we go. If I Google this, it's gonna piss me off. Baby Mando. What is it? I don't understand. What's Baby Mando? I don't get it. Right, it's Star Wars anyway. It's fucking shit. Get it out of here. Pardon me. Yeah, listen, I'll concede, right? We can be friends. Because what I realize is it's not you. It's not you. It's just the things you like are shit, you know? But it's not you. So we can be friends. Hell yeah, bro. Come on, I don't know. I just don't know. Yeah. All right, Danny. Let's do. Let's try. There we go. Done. I think one thing that's bothering me currently, before I even think about messing around with the background color there, is let's get all of this off. I don't like the placement of like the nose and the mouth. Pretty fundamental, I know, but hear me out. Oh my god. The nose and the mouth seem like too far away from each other because their head's dipped down, and then it's just giving me this like really weird feeling about the face overall. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Okay. Okay. Crashing out. Crashing out. Yeah, I like that. I've heard that. That does sound like a sergeantism. But it's true. We go again. There we go. We're overcoming adversity. Crash out avoided. For now. It's still shit. Don't get me wrong. But we can work with it. We can work with it. Where's the old one? Okay, let's finally decide what this hair color is going to be and how the lighting is going to hit this person. I vote for white. Okay. Okay. That's one vote for white. I vote for something vibrant. I'm painting along and stuck with white. Okay, okay. And let's try what's going on with a different light source in here. Second light source. Do we need one? Deep violet blue. Okay. I'll try. I'll have a look. I'll have a look. I'm not promising nothing. What I do like about the white, for example, is nice. Nice contrast around the eyes. Like we have that really sort of dark, smoky eye, which I quite like. But okay, let's duplicate the hair. And let's try something dark, vibrant. Yeah. Sloppy octopus. This looks awesome. Thank you. Thank you. I gotta say, it's very on theme. Yeah, I gotta say, I think I do prefer the white, honestly. The white obviously looks a bit strange right now as well because it doesn't have any like shading in it, if you know what I mean. Like if I did something like this quickly just to show you. You know, where all of this stuff would be kind of shaded, we get a bit of form in it. So it would essentially end up a little bit more, you know, a bit more volumetric, like this. And then we use, yeah, and then we use like another light source to sort of pick out an edge. I'm just seeing where that edge could be. I'm not making this all one light. Just sort of Yeah, I'm just seeing like where that could be. Like, could it be? Yeah, on the side here. That's too much. Could it be from the top? You know, the top at the back. Could we have like a, an sort of an ambient color from below, something like this, and then on this side, it's maybe more like that. I think of touch of light being behind her as throwing me off, so maybe like a bounce light from the area behind her. You mean like in the background, the light's throwing you off? Let's have a look. If it was a little darker overall like this. Or if you keep it and like if there's a light there, maybe use that. Honestly, kind of lost track of what you're saying. I did think of something just now as well. Duplicate this. Okay. All right, I'm just gonna go to the bathroom real quick. But I've got an idea. I've got an idea. I'm back. All right. Idea incoming. what's the story with this character? Like, do you know what? I was like warming up sketching before stream, and I was thinking like, what am I going to move on to, after this is finished? And I thought I could go back to the snake one, the snake environment, but then I decided, as I was sketching, I was like, maybe I could do another portrait, another character like this. And then I drew that picture. I thought, oh, okay, actually that could be the picture. That could be the one. So she doesn't really have a story other than it was more like some kind of like siren. I wanted to do like water droplets kind of thing. So some kind of siren. Another witchy type. I don't know. Whatever. It's just there's nothing. It's not deep. Let's put it that way. Because I was like, what would be quite interesting is doing the water droplets, I feel like the hard light on her hair gives a sense of something shining behind her around the dark area. It gives the vibes of guardian, witchy, siren to me. Yes, exactly. Like, there's almost like a spotlight that's looking for her, and that's what's shining. But then here I was thinking, what if that light source is not just shining, because before it had all these straight lines in it, but it's like it's hitting these water droplets, and then they're occluding a little bit of light. There's still light coming through them, but that's what's casting the shadows on the face. Do you know what I mean? Kind of looks like she's underwater. Yeah, there's a there's going to be an element of like ethereal, like a sort of a dreamy quality to it, because if you think about a siren, like, beckoning sailors to their demise, crashing on the rocks or whatever, then there's to lock eyes with her, to have that gaze is it's going to have this sort of dreamlike quality to it, where you're like, whoa, she's so beautiful, and you're being drawn in, but before you know it, you get drowned, mate. Or she's not really a beautiful lady, on the rocks. She's actually some horrible sea creature who's about to have his way with you. Oh, you mean caustic reflections? Yeah. Oh, yeah. We will do caustics. I painted caustics a number of times, actually. I got a nice way of painting them. Very simple. Yeah, like caustics, and yeah. Maybe the light source, like this light source here, like this, is more caustic. It's like we're getting a little bit of that from the water flowing around, all these like caustic reflections in it. And yeah, she wants to also have like a sort of a tattoo on the shoulder Some kind of magic tat. Magic tats. And I said tats. Magic tats. Music stopped. Shit, dude. Holy shit. Oh, yeah. Forgot I kind of ruined the hair doing this. Did it on the wrong layer, didn't I? just sort of blocking this bit of light in while I sort of remember where to do it, but water droplets are going to get an overhaul at some point. These are just placeholders for now. Like the shape of them and everything, we'll get a rework, but I gotta see them in here to be able to figure them out, you know. You know what I mean? You thought I wouldn't do it, didn't you? You thought I wouldn't do it. You thought he'd forgotten. The bravery. It's quite nice, that sort of purpley blue. Give it a little razzle dazzle. You guys thought I'd forgot. You guys thought I forgot to do it. Not gonna lie, guys, I'm not a massive fan of this right now, but I will grow to like it, I guess. Oh, I have to look that up. Alexandra Cabanel. Oh, yes. Yeah, I know this painting. Yeah, very cool. Yeah, I like it. Very nice. That single tear? Yeah, for sure. Emotions, yeah. I was thinking about giving her like a little bit more of a sort of an unusual nose shape where it's not quite human. It's like close, but not quite. A bit more of a slightly sort of uncanny, you know, uncanny nose shape that's sort of like not quite a Voldemort no nose, but also not quite a human nose. Like a nymph or a fawn. Yeah, just like something that doesn't feel quite right. Some creepy. I'm just trying something out here. Experiment time. It's kind of that thing where it's like, oh, okay, she's got a human face, but there's these like sort of cut lines in it. I'm thinking like maybe the face like opens up in a way, like, you know. So it looks kind of human enough at a glance, but actually, all of this is like not really a real face. It's just the sort of outward appearance of it, but just obviously very, very subtly hinting at that. Like the whole thing would go and peel out. Like what's that chick in League? Belveth, you know? But yeah, I don't know. I'm going over my 4 hours right now, but this is kind of bugging me. So Voldemort? Yeah, I'm gonna try and avoid going full Voldemort. I'm just seeing. I think I do like the sort of slightly somewhere in between, you know, human nose. Kind of thing. I'll say I'll just put a water droplet in front of it and be done with it. Let's be like, yeah, do you know what? Don't worry about it. You can't see it. There's a water drop in the way. Boom. Problem solved. Just like this. Hide all your hands in an illustration. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just like that. No, I won't. The Rob Liefeld school of hide feet. Yeah, exactly. Well, so let's have a look. Recap. Let's have a little recap at the end here. Help me feel better about it all. So yeah, this one we're done with. See you later. Oh, cool. Yeah, the graffiti book. Enjoy. It's honestly like I've looked in that book 100 times and I find something different every time I look in it. It's really good. All right. Yeah. So this one done. Dunzo. Sorted. Beautiful. Beautiful. No struggle. You know. And then we have old paintings that slap. Isaac Levitan. We took a look at this at the very beginning. Amazing painting. So that was today's old paintings that slap. Then, oh yeah, we looked at this one briefly. And then we started this, which I don't hate this right now. I don't hate it right now. At all. It's just bothering me a little bit. But I think it's okay. I think for something I'm doing on stream, it's okay. She's gonna have like some kind of, you know, tattoo sort of thing going on her arm here. That's gonna be kind of interesting. And yeah, I don't know. I'll either come back to it next week and I'll be like, yeah, sick. Okay, I've figured it out. I know what I'm doing with it. Or I'll be like, nope, sod it. We're leaving this and we're going to do something completely new. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm not really sure why I'm feeling down about it. I think I'm just tired, to be honest. But we'll see. Amazing. Thanks for the stream. You're welcome. Okay, yeah, next week. Let me think about this. The schedule for next week. I'm not streaming Wednesday next week because I have the dentist. So instead, we'll do Monday. Tuesday will start like a little bit later, but I'll stream Monday and Tuesday. Off Wednesday. Then I will stream Thursday as well. And maybe even Friday as well. So just no Wednesday next week. And Tuesday will start like a little bit later, and I'll stream on a Monday instead. Have fun at your driving test. Yeah, my fucking drive safe thing. Jesus Christ. Yeah. All right. So did you get that? I'll put it in the Discord anyway. I'll put the schedule there. It's easier. All right. Thanks everyone. Thanks for the great discussions and everything. And I wish you all a tremendous evening and a lovely weekend. All right. Take care. Bye bye.